Hello and welcome everybody, how's it going? My name is Alexander, also known as Zandrievitz, and today I'll continue on the ongoing playthrough of a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty, with veteran included, playing as a Conjurer, combination between Shaman and Occultist. Main type of damage is Vitality damage, and right now my plan is going to be centered around retaking the Malmouth by completing the main quests as well as secondary quests, but first we need to get there and complete some of the common quests along the way. So without further ado, let's do it. Keep in mind that two things that are important. I would highly advise to you, if you are a beginner, you can check out my Grim Dawn tips and tricks videos where I discuss the dangerous attacks of some of the bosses, as well as what types of resistances you need to be working on certain stages of the game, what you can neglect. And on the contrary, I do also have a tips and tricks video for more experienced players concerning Elite and Ultimate difficulty, and there you can check what are the differences when it comes to bosses' behavior, some of their casting speed, attack speed, so on and so forth. And also what types of dangerous attacks Nemesis bosses have, well, some of them. You can also check out this video on YouTube channel. Plus, this guide also highlights some of the dangerous attacks, some of the high-level resistances when it comes to endgame stuff that are really good to know, in my opinion, if you want to get through the Elite and Ultimate difficulties. So you can do this at your own leisure, once again, by visiting YouTube channel. All the links you can find in the description. Same thing goes for the stuff such as other parts of this playthrough, this character, and how he got to the point where he is now, with the self-found gear only, self-found, self-crafted, so nothing was pre-prepared, if you know what I mean. All of this stuff. And feel free to ask any questions in chat regarding the game or just in general. I'll do my best to answer them. And when it comes to mod that I'm using a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to also pick up blueprints, lore notes, rare components, highlights the damage that my character and receiving all of this good stuff, debuff icons, so on and so forth.
Everything. I can't do that yet.
And also from time to time I will be analyzing some of the drawbacks and advantages when it comes to this character compared to the Dead Knight character that I had previously played. So for you, I believe it will be interesting to see all of those different perspectives. And make a decision for yourself whether or not you like this character or not, how he plays, what are his bonuses, drawbacks. Alright, so I managed to fully complete the Coven's Refuge questline. Now I will go straight for the Tonic Rift for the Into the Jaws of Madness quest. Into the Barrow Home. I am using a template for this character, and the link for this template, which will lead you to Grimtools There you can see what type of gear he will have at level 100, what his skill allocation is going to look like, all this good stuff, as well as in Twitch video on demand description. You can find this later. When it comes to the general goal of this character, I am aiming towards obtaining Dark One set on ultimate difficulty. But first, we need to go there, reach this point.
That skill's not ready.
Running towards the Ictonic Rift. When it comes to my skills, I'm currently leveling Wasting as well as Mastery Attribute from Occultist to get to the point where I can finally pick up the exclusive skill from Occultist skill tree, such as Possession. Alright, this is going to just loop to Barrowholm. I instead need to go even higher up the hill. When it comes to attribute points, most of my points were put towards physique. Some of it were used in spirit. And also, a little bit later, some of it will be used even in cunning. But that's closer to level 100. Actually, another time, I should put some points more into physique, just because of the dangers of that area that I am going to will present to me. So I can elaborate something about this character, something more. Yes, despite the fact that he is considered to be a beginner-friendly, note that this character requires a decent amount of micro-control and macro-control when it comes to your positioning against enemies, your totem's positioning, your ability to track whether or not you had debuffed them with your Curse of Frailty, Bloody Pox, and Devouring Swarm. So this is not the easiest character to play with. Definitely not the most difficult, but still. Alright, so... Sure. Oh, hello Broski. Things are going fine. Currently I am going straight into the Ictonic Rift for the quest into the Jaws of Madness. Spooky name. And when it comes to this stream in particular, I'm planning to at least starting to retake the Malmouth, as well as its districts, outskirts, but first I do need to get there initially. Yeah, those guys, they have a lot of vitality resistance, but we are in luck because of our Revenant constellation, Devouring Swarm, and Curse of Frailty. We are able to shred through those resistances and just annihilate them. You just have to, when you encounter those types of demons... Yes, I know they call chthonic creatures, but come on, demons. It's easier for me to reference them in this way. So just keep in mind that you need to first debuff them, if you are using vitality damage, that is. And after this, you should be good to go. Shouldn't have any problems against them. This area can be full of those elite demons, as well as some of those Yeah, as you can see, when this Void Parasite is not debuffed, he's capable of withstanding a lot of damage from my totems, from my box ability. So this is why I strongly recommend you to remove his resistances first via your resistance reduction skills. When it comes to, like, in general, how well this character performs against elites and bosses, I am always going to tell you the exact same thing I'm telling on each and every stream. The longer the fight goes, the more beneficial it is to you rather than enemies, because initially you can only put 2 totems, debuff them with E, R, and Devouring Swarm. But now you have 3 totems, and after some of the time you'll have 4 totems. So you have more healing / damage capabilities at the same time. You just have to play around this thing in mind. Oh, I am getting hit a lot by those, yeah, initial blasts, so yeah, the drawback of this character, I mean, yes, I have talked about the pluses, let's talk about minuses. He has very low damage absorption as well as resistance towards physical attacks, so this is his vulnerability. I mean, every character has it. This is just stuff that he's definitely most vulnerable to. So kiting becomes your priority when dealing with the tough, heavy-hitting targets. And just in general, I mean, you'll have all of the necessary tools for you to kite and heal from monsters, so do not worry, you are not relying simply on hit and run. You'll have your movement resistance reduction, you'll have your healing at the same time, so with that said, just be a little bit more careful when playing this character. Do not go straight into the fray unless you have a pre-prepared totem setup for it, as well as your curses. So the other benefits, I mean, yes, I'm started to talk about healing, so let's mention also the fact that if this character hits something, and most importantly it should be a monster, something that has an HP bar on him, he will heal. So practically almost every skill from your skill panel heals you one way or the other. So this becomes very important, especially at later stages of the game, but right now it's just more of a cool thing to have, in my opinion. Actually, no, let's rephrase it. This is also important right now, just because there are a lot of heavy-hitting monsters even at these stages of the game, so yeah, having all of your extra healing might save you from a dead screen, even at this stage. Oh, I wasn't lucky and hadn't found a treasure trove in this area. You have the chance of it to spawn here. Let's continue. This should be the last pack, I assume. Yeah, those guys with the axes focus more on them rather than on casters. Because, like I said, keep in mind your vulnerability to physical attacks rather than ranged attacks. Fine, so this desolate waste has been cleared. I need to move there. I am using Bloody Pox not only to proc my Revenant, Raise the Dead constellation, active proc, but also due to reduction of offensive ability from monsters, which by default makes me take less damage from their attacks from all of their sources, whether it be magical, physical, pierce, you'll get the idea. Especially in this area, when there will be a lot of those pseudo traps, which will present to you a high chance of getting demolished if you're not careful. Yeah, as you can see, a lot of demons. Yes, I have checked at level 65. I will be able to get myself a better equipment that will have not only higher damage output, but more armor numbers on it, but I need to first reach level 65 yet, so with that said, I do need to play preferably as safe as possible. So I cannot go anywhere from here on second thought. Yeah, this place will contain in it those new winged demons that were nasty even for my previous character Death Knight, which had way more physical resistance on him than this guy. But hopefully with some dodging and kiting involved, I will be able to overcome all of those challenges. When it comes to Constellation, I believe right now I'm leveling up Eel just for the ability to unlock the Solemn Watcher Constellation. And all of it not only will grant me more defensive capabilities, but most importantly, it will grant me the opportunity to get my missing points for the Wheel of Rotage Constellation, which will be useful a bit later for my damage purposes as well as for my healing purposes. Yeah, when it comes to mana thing, yes, I have the energy leech, but right now my mana is going low a lot of times, but do not worry, later on I will be picking up the... I already have Lotus, which give me extra mana regen, but later on I will also have the Lantern Constellation, which will give me even more mana regen. So I should not have any problems when it comes to mana closer to mid and late game stages. Yes, I was talking about when some of the enemies are a bit tougher for one character than the other. Tough to kill, not tough just in general by dealing damage. And one of them is those Void Leeches that you have saw previously, which have a lot of vitality resistance on them. Alright, an elite. And also melee one by the looks of it. And right here I will be fighting against a boss. Hopefully everything will go well, and I will just kite him around this skull or this thing or whatever the case might be. He will appear, I believe... yeah, right here. Yeah, this thing does not deals that much damage, and he's dead. It's just that this volcano does, as well as his resistance reduction, but you get the point. This rift actually leads you away from this area, which I do not recommend for you to click on just yet. I mean, you'll eventually get out from this place. You just have to be patient and complete the next area right after this one.
Can't do that.
Now I'm going straight to Ulgrim. Alright, as soon as I will cross this wall. Yep, there he is.
Is that you, Mother? An unfortunate accident, my Emperor. Ulgrim. Yes. Yes, to Mount I see.
So let's continue. There will be just a couple of those corridors left for you to clear until you'll eventually
That skill's not
will find your way out from this nasty place. When I'm talking about my general plan of the game, I am planning to first of all, the thing that I should have mentioned earlier is, yes, I had used those mandates that give me plus 150% faction gains with all of my friendly factions. This by default means that my reputational gains will be
that skill's not
will be faster, will grant me more opportunities to pick up the better and more resilient gear faster than later. This is one thing, and the other thing, well, with all of them except for Barrowholm. With Barrowholm, sadly, when I had played with my Dead Knight, I wasn't managed to get their writs
that skill's not ready.
to be able to do the same thing. But when it comes to every other faction, I mean, I can show it to you what I mean by pointing the plus 150% reputation. So practically with all of them, with the exception of Barrowholm. And that's one thing. The other thing, my general strategy when it comes to going through the difficulties is, yes, I'm going to complete the Hardcore Veteran fully, with all of the Forgotten Gods content, so on and so forth, just to be able to unlock the friendly factions first and buy gear from them. And on Elite, I'll be mostly focusing on just gathering some of the missing devotion points until my devotion setup will be complete. Oh, this is a bad spot. I was stuck, but hopefully my healing was able to get me through all of their damage. So yes, on Elite I will be just focusing on picking up missing devotion points from those altars, completing some of the quests, and when I will do this, I'll go straight for the ultimate difficulty. I will not going to complete the Elite difficulty fully.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, those guys with axes as well as those big winged demons will hurt you a lot if you're not careful. hopefully, I mean hopefully, luckily, that's the better word, everything else it will not. I'm almost complete with this place, almost through. This area is going to actually serve as a sort of a trap. Well, I believe it will. Yep, I was right. I mean, the trigger for this trap, I assume for now it's you clicking on this hidden stash right behind those red highlighted pillars. Oh, let's not get surrounded against them. Two elite demons. Even more of them. Yes, I am managing to slowly but surely get through their attacks, heal against them. I mean, later on, and I should also add this, there will be some enemies that will not be that grateful when it comes to your capabilities of life leeching from them. So some of the bosses and some of the enemies have immunity to attack damage conversion to life, so keep this thing in mind. When suddenly you see that even though you have stacked up your totems as well as curses, you are not healing from them. But most of them will actually have this opportunity will grant you this opportunity to heal from them. So there are just few exceptions, and those exceptions, well, I can name you just a few. One of them is the Manticore boss in Ancient Grove. I believe you can encounter it on the
It's good to... You're right. Oh, to the... I'm sorry.
you can encounter this Manticore on the first floor of the Ancient Grove. I mean, through the skeleton key door. This is not the Manticore that guards the entrance to this to Ancient Grove. It's rather the Manticore that is already in the dungeon itself. All right, let's continue. I already learned this. Yeah. I was about to say let's continue to learn some of the blueprints. Some of them I had already learned when I had played my Dead Knight. Alright, so level 61, just 4 more levels until new equipment. And in general, when fighting those demons, I can elaborate and comment more on some of the stuff that happened, especially those guys with axes. They actually have a weird habit of just rushing straight to you and rushing straight to the back of your character and start attacking you from behind. That's weird. So this is why one of the packs was able to just surround me and prevent me from escaping the quote-unquote ambush. With that said, my healing back there helped me to overcome their threat, but I do need to utilize a glyph, which will grant me an ability to teleport from those sticky situations. And in my opinion, this will be useful. But when it comes to those demons, yeah, like with this character, just keep in mind that you need to be always on guard, especially when they are trying to ambush you. And if anything, you should, in my opinion, you should go first for the totems that are healing you, like Wendigo totems, as well as your Corrupted Storm totem. And only then go for the curse. I mean, if you are surrounded in melee range, that is.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, in the Morndale territory, my plan is to first to go to the quest giver NPC, pick up her quests, yes, kill some Aetherials along the way, cause why not? I mean, with this by killing them, I believe I will. Let me double check. Do I have the Malmouth resistance opened? No, not now. Only Black Legion. I was about to say that by killing them you are going to get your faction gains already with Malmouth's resistance, faction that you will encounter in Malmouth itself, but by the looks of it you aren't. So yes, I'm going to stick to the bottom borders of the map and then go up and to the right to finally reach the quest giver that will give me a quest for to go and find her brother. I mean, yes, it's a girl that are in search of her brother. And only after this I'll go first towards the Malmouth outskirts and then back into Morndale territory. I mean, at least as of right now, there is no point of clearing this whole thing through. Later on, when I will get back to Morndale from Malmouth outskirts, sure, I'll do this. It's just that right now there is no point of me doing this, because I do know that the second part of the quest, first you need to go. This quest will be divided in two parts. First part you're going to complete it in the outskirts itself, and then you're going to get back in this area. Yes, my abilities also, I should mention, every one of my abilities has one form of AoE or the other, so they are not restricted to single target use only. And this Chthonic Rift, oh, I am hearing it's either in this camp or could be in the other one, you just have to keep looking. Why the Chthonic Rift, you might ask? Well, it's your waypoint to the second part of this quest that I was talking about previously. Yeah, so this is your quest giver. And now let's go to Malmouth outskirts. Yeah, sure, by destroying also those terraformers along the way. And there will be a lot of them. Well, in this area. In Malmouth itself, those terraformers will be different a bit. Yes, those little demons. Believe it or not, initially when I had played throughout this game, I thought that those little demons will act the same as those... Well, if you played the Diablo 3 game, you'll know that there are demons that are little and blobby, and when they are approaching your character, they are exploding. I thought the same thing going to happen with those ones, but it's not. It's actually not happening.
Can't do that.
Yeah, when it comes to clear speed of this character does not have the best movement or clearing speed in my opinion, just because he has to play around his setup quite a lot. But when it comes to AoE damage, yes, this character is one of the best in my opinion. Yeah, so this is your... Yeah, those were your new quote-unquote terraformers that you will encounter in this place. So I'll go straight for the devotion altar first. Also, when dealing with those mobs, I should also elaborate on what active constellation procs I decided to attach to what skill and why exactly. So let's start with Wendigo Totem. Well, nothing actually has been attached to Wendigo Totem, so moving on to the Storm Totem. The proc that has been attached to Storm Totem is actually Twin Fangs from the Bat constellation. Initially, when I had leveled with the Shaman, I had attached this proc to
Can't do that.
Devouring Swarm, but later on, when my Corrupted Storm Totem becomes stronger, and when I can stack a lot of them, it has on its own a very high uptime as well as high attack speed, which means more chances of me activating the Twin Fangs abilities rather than with the Devouring Swarm. Twin Fangs allows me to heal as well as deals vitality damage to my enemies at the same time. So, good stuff. All in all, good stuff. Then let's move to the Curse of Frailty. A must-have ability, if you ask me, when you are playing with the vitality damage in mind, just because it grants you resistance reduction to your type of damage that you can apply to monsters. And at the same time, it also slows your...
That skill's not
slows the target that it's that this ability has been applied to. So it has a very high uptime, which means it's a once again great choice for proccing active devotions, and it has a great AoE range. Practically you can hit the whole pack of monsters by just one click of a button, and you, by doing so, you are making sure that all of them are debuffed, slowed. You'll get the point. So on the Curse of Frailty, I had attached the Wendigo mark from Wendigo Constellation, which when active gives me even more healing as well as direct vitality damage to my abilities. So good stuff to have on just on one constellation. So this is when it comes to Curse of Frailty. Let's move on to the Bloody Pox. And just like with the Curse of Frailty. Bloody Pox has a very high uptime, although one thing that you should be always keeping in mind is that Bloody Pox effect does not go immediately. You'll have a good 1 second of delay until the disease will actually start spreading itself to other targets. And with this in mind, I'm also leveling the wasting, just because I said the resistance reduction to enemies' offensive ability will by default gives me more survivability. Yes, I do, but I will be doing this later on, later down the line. I know what you're talking about, like the Blood of Dreek and Aspect of the Guardian. Same thing goes with the Dragon Pact, Heart of the Wild, and Oakskin. To be honest, I can also elaborate, like, Occultist will be soft capped, the Blood of Dreek as well as Aspect of the Guardian. Shaman will be leveled in this skill distribution, 1 into Dragon Pact, and then 10 here and 10 here, just for the extra health regen, as well as health in general. Same thing goes here for resistances, as well as more armor. Why am I specifically mentioned later? Well, on this stages of the game, it's most importantly for you to focus more on the damage output rather than defense. When defense, most of the thing that will be helping you on your initial stages is actually the constellation points, like Eel, and then later on the Solemn Watcher, as well as, like I was talking about, Revenant, healing output. So as of right now, you can get away with not putting any points in the Soras, but later on I'll definitely do it. So hope the sensor suffice and was enough for you. But where was I? Yes, I was talking about the Bloody Pox. So having offensive ability reduction is great, especially in AoE, single target or AoE. All of this good stuff. And on it, I had actually put the Rays of the Dead constellation from the Revenant. Those skellies that are moving around, reducing resistances or defensive parameters of any of the target that they are hitting, as well as their movement speed. So, good thing to have in my opinion. And most importantly, I should add another fact that those skellies, those little guys, they will have the ability to body block or slow significantly those bigger targets, such as bigger bosses like Colossus later on, as well as some of the bosses previously like Gargabol, Galacross later on that I will encounter. I assume it has something to do with the fact that you can spawn many of them, and they just, because there are so many, those bigger targets that are slow moving are just moving, instead of attacking my character, they will be moving like this, trying to get away from your skellies that are constantly trying to block them. So this is yet another thing that can actually be a game changer for some of your battles, in my opinion at least. And then when it comes to Devouring Swarm, I do not have anything yet that I will plan to put onto this ability, but I assume later on I will just go for Will of Rotosh. There will be 2 active constellations that I will be using, such as, well, that will proc on hit effect. Those are Will of Rotosh as well as Dying God. And I do not yet decided on which of those skills, Devouring Swarm or Sigil of Consumption, skills that I will be leveling later on, I will put Dying God proc or the Will of Rotosh. So yeah, this is it when it comes to my constellation setups and what purpose they are providing. Yeah, sure, I will not forget about the occultist ult. I mean, I was initially explaining to why I am leveling in such a fashion. I mean, putting 1 point into the mastery bar and then the other point into the wasting ability from Bloody Pox. But yeah, I'll get there. I will not forget about the possession. It will be max to soft cap, 12 out of 12 as usual, as with my previous ability, I mean with my previous character with the Death Knight. There I had max tolerant rage to 12 out of 12. Same thing will happen here.
That skill's not ready.
Yes, you might also ask if I will have enough points for all of this, and the fact is that I will. Later on, I will be wearing my, well, the gear that I will buy from friendly faction. That will grant me plus to some of my skills. And from there, I'll get some points, remove the other, just to be able to level up all of the things that I will need for this character.
That skill's not ready.
At this point, yes, I'm full clearing the entirety of this Malmouth outskirts territory, no big deal. Just because I can, because why not? Oh, he didn't drop anything interesting.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Yes, playing with this character is fun once you get the hang of it. I mean, it was hard initially for me, especially when I died 2 times when trying to level up with the occultist. Yeah, probably because I shouldn't have, despite using, let me elaborate more on this. Yes, despite using a template, it does not mean that I am using a step-by-step guide on how to level with what I should level, so on and so forth. So through the experimentation and my 2 deaths, my 2 previous character deaths, I had switched to leveling with the shaman instead of an occultist, and it worked out. I mean, yes, I went back to occultist just because I do need to utilize his skills, his exclusive skill, debuffs, so on and so forth, but when it comes to leveling... Oh, amalgamation spawned. Shouldn't be that big of a problem, yep. So yeah, with the shaman in mind and his skills as well as... Come on, I'm trying to move around this house. I'm getting constantly stuck, so... With the shaman skills as well as his setup, the leveling process went way smoother than expected, especially with those totems in mind. I just had to get used to the way how this character is played. Because previously I was playing, like I was saying, Death Knight, and he had only practically 1 button, Force Wave. I did not have anything else other than Warcry, Creek Stomp, and I believe, yeah, Mark of Torment, so 3 active skills without that much of a debuffs. So yeah, like, you can imagine my struggles when I was trying to get accustomed to this playstyle, keeping track of variety of debuffs, playing around my totems instead of just going and killing stuff. So if you are a person who likes, let's say, challenges, and you want to experiment with more difficult character to control, I mean to handle, you can definitely pick this guy up, play with him. But like I was saying, yeah, despite a tagline of beginner friendly. I do not think that this character is completely, well, fully centered towards every beginner player, just because of this crowd control as well as debuffs, so on and so forth. Right, so most of the Malmouth outskirts have been cleared. I mean, the only uncleared areas are the ones to the right, by the looks of it. Oh, that was bad, actually.
That skill's not ready.
I see an elite, let's debuff him. And then let's continue to... Actually, I do need to go down there somehow. I believe I can do this from here.
Do that.
Yep. Yeah, but first let's clear those guys. Oh, the other important stuff that I forgot to mention. I'm almost forgetting something today. That was weird. So, when it comes to those ether shards as well as Chthonic Seals of Binding, my general tip to you is to start gathering a lot of them and only use them if you definitely need to craft a better gear or resistance components. Because the gist of it is that on ultimate difficulty or closer to the end of Elite, you'll be having your endgame stuff, endgame components for resistances, so on and so forth. And need to go to... Actually, first let's clear the waypoint. So you'll need so much of these Ether Shards and Chthonic Seals of Bindings that you practically, if you had wasted them somehow previously, you practically will have to do this sort of farm runs a bit later, especially if your build requires from you to have a relic for level 90. So this is my tip to you: start to stack a lot of them. Start to gather them, stack them as high as possible, starting from normal difficulty. I'll go there after I will go to the cellar and do the Sister's Love first part of its questline. Alright. Yes, the benefits of your setup, especially if you're using it in close quarters, are that those monsters are, if they are aggroed, they are forced to deal with your debuffs, your totems, so on and so forth. They cannot avoid it, even if they want to.
Can't do that.
All right. Yes, I remember this area, especially the ones that were watching me trying to pick up the... Wait, what?
My inventory.
Oh, my inventory is full. Okay, okay. Then I'll go back to town and sell some stuff. Yeah, so where was I? Yeah, I was trying to make a reference for those who probably hadn't watched my Dead Knight playthrough. This is one of the areas that you need to visit very often if you want to get your Dead Knight pieces, Dead Knight gear pieces. There is a boss in this cellar that will have a 3% chance of dropping, I believe it's boots. Yeah, if memory serves me right. So let's sell this stuff. When it comes to gear, like I was saying, I am looking for vitality damage as well as vitality decay if possible. With the high percentage, of course, and some resistances on top of it. So no shields rather than offhands like Scepter and something to caster offhand. Yes, not the dagger, sadly. Hmm. 20 slower enemy attack. I mean, only 32% though. Yeah, but a lot of offensive ability and defensive ability. Yeah, the sad thing is that I do not have the sigil leveled yet, so perhaps no need to save this item. Yes, Void Harbinger will be the perfect option. I was previously trying to elaborate on whenever an item has a Void Harbinger in it, it will be the perfect option for me, just cause, or any, let's rephrase it, any of the vitality damage user, just cause it have vitality damage, chaos, decay, a bunch of resistances, as well as something on top, like you see on my gloves. Let's continue to sell some more stuff. I am trying to like memorize would be the good word to put it, some of these suffixes, excuse me, and prefixes on items, just because whenever I see like the Void Harbinger, I'll immediately check whether or not it's useful to equip straight from the get-go or sell it. Oh, this one I haven't learned yet, so let's not sell this blueprint. This one I had learned. A lot of two-hander axes. Now this could be useful, even though it's Knight's Blade. Summon Brighton, Ground Slam, and bonus to pets. Actually, nah. Yeah, let's sell this. Yeah, whenever I see those books, well, the thing is that this book was bought from Homestead, and I believe it, if memory serves me right, the next tier of the same book can be bought and wear starting from level 65 or 70. Haven't checked in a while yet. That's retaliation. That's internal trauma, yeah, alright. No. Yeah, sadly nothing useful. Well, I can improve it a bit by putting some more points into physique. Well, I shouldn't have that many problems when it comes to normal difficulties, to be honest. I mean, I'm just saving some attribute points in case I will encounter some of those items that will have a higher spirit requirement, but like, to be honest, even if they have, I always can use one of these, Tonic of Reshaping, and reset all of my attribute points. So, but I believe you are right. Yes, it's bothering, but not that critical. At least right now. So, yeah, let's continue. Where was I? I should teleport back to Burning Cellar. And to be honest, it's not the HP part that worries me most. It's the fact that I do have low physical resistance. Just because my armor has... I have a low armor rating. But you are right, I'm always playing with the caution in mind. Especially with this character. Yeah, so this is this elite boss that I was talking about previously. Yes, he has this nasty freezing debuff, and there's an elite as well. Yeah, so as you can see, yeah, I am... If I have, like, decent amount of physical resistance as well as damage absorption, those guys will not grant me any... will not give me any problem because of my high healing capabilities. It's just that right now things are sketchy when it comes to withstanding the blows from those foes that are hitting harder in melee range. I mean, to be honest, you were talking about higher HP pool. HP pool by itself will not save you, in my opinion. You need to have HP and then some resistances on top of it, such as physical damage, absorption, and whatnot. I mean, the point of you having more HP is not going to work on later difficulties, just because, yes, you will withstand like 2 more blows, but still you're going to die very quickly if you're not careful. But the other picture would be having HP and some resistances with it, like physical resistance, damage absorption, damage mitigation. You'll get the point. So just a flat HP number will not going to be enough, in my opinion. To be honest, you can check the very interesting topic on the Grim Tools. I believe it's either on Grim Tools on official forums of this game, where there were some guys that were trying to make the highest number possible on HP characters, and the champion was, I believe, a warder combination between shaman and soldier. He had like closer to 100,000 HP with magical augments. That's by default on components, but he has a very low offensive ability, attack damage, as well as resistances. So this is when it comes to just stacking up as high HP as possible. Alright, so only 2 more rooms left. Yeah, I can click on this corpse. Also, it's not that noticeable right now, but it will be noticeable later, especially on the ultimate difficulty. The vitality damage. The vitality damage works in a fashion like the more HP monsters are having, the greater damage you are going to deal to them. On normal difficulty, monsters are not that tough. They do not have higher numbers on their HP pool, but on later stages of the game, you'll definitely going to see a big damage improvement from my part. Alright, so I do need to go towards the Morndale and complete the quest. So then I can search for the Sklanic Rift on this territory. I had completely missed this Aetherial Crystal. I'll get back for it and destroy it. Just because I said Ether Shards. Yeah, I hear the fighting on the background, but I'll check what they are up to a bit later. Let's speak with you first. Yeah, the Cinder Wastes, the territory that she will ask of you to visit, is located in the Ictonic Rift. You can get there by visiting those Ictonic Rift. I am getting trapped by those defilers and their crystals, which they were able to stack. So in some of those encampments, occultist encampments, you'll encounter a Ictonic Rift, which will lead you to Cinder Waste territory. Alright, 2 more crystals. Oh, and I also forgot the slight benefits of utilizing Bloody Pox as well. It's the fact that it reduces the total number of health on an enemies when they are affected by it. So this is especially useful on those tankier obelisks, as well as golems, so on and so forth. I do not see yet those occultist encampments, as well as their rift. Yeah, so I'm in luck. Managed to find this finally. By the way, in some of this encampment there will be a like demon boss which you can fight. I am considering of specifically looking for him if I have to, or just ignoring him altogether. Yeah, so this is the rift that I need to visit. Let's kill this Helion demon. Alright, as well as those Shaleborn. So an elite just ran straight into me. Yes, collecting all of the components. The ones that I can collect. Fine, let's actually go into... I was talking about this demon boss, but I believe this demon boss actually spawns in different areas, so to be honest, I do not see a point of specifically looking for him. I'd rather go straight to this Cinder Waste territory. Yeah, so as you can see, the Bloody Pox has like 9 to 13% reduction to enemies' health. Yes, this is the territory that I want to be in. I believe this area also contains the sub area, which will have in it a separate quest line. If you read attentively enough on the lore notes, you'll get what I mean.
That skill's not ready.
I usually try to clear the surrounding area and search firstly for the demon boss. Yeah, like this guy in this place. And only after this go for the golem boss, the quest boss that I need to kill. Just cause they have a nasty habit of spawning this demon boss straight, well, close to the golem boss and 2 NPCs that I have to kill in this area. So clearing the surrounding areas is good initially.
Can't do that. That skill's not ready.
Oh, so those winged demons also are exploding when they are dying. Fine. Let's not forget about this fact. Alright. Yeah, let's just now move. Excuse me, view rate. I haven't seen your message just yet, so probably that's because the stream program as well as the bot has set up in the strange way, so this is why your message was marked as a foul language, but hopefully nothing vulgar or foul language was in it. Once again, excuse me in return, the fault is mine, probably because I had set up this chat program not in the proper way. But nonetheless, welcome to the stream. If you have any questions or any comments regarding the game aspects or the gameplay just in general, yeah, like, that's what I said. I mean, to be honest, one of the words that this program counts as a foul language is the word assassin, because of the word "ass" in it. So yeah, that's the peculiarities of this chat program. So this is why I am trying to yeah. So this is why I'm trying to give you sort of an excuse and trying to explain how the thing works. I mean, there was a viewer who tried to type an assassin blade on it, and it marked it as a foul language. So I was forced to explain the same thing to him.
That skill's not ready.
So yeah, when it comes to what I'm up to, when it comes to this character, I'm going for a Dark 1 set on ultimate difficulty, but first I need to reach this difficulty first. And I am using a Conjurer combination between Shaman and Occultist with Vitality damage in mind. And despite the fact that, like I was saying, despite this character is considered to be a beginner-friendly one, I do not particularly think that that's true, because this character requires from you to have a decent amount of, like I was saying, crowd control skills, as well as micro control and macro control, your map awareness and your ability to track your debuffs on targets. all of them like Curse, Devouring Swarm, Bloody Pox. So for a complete beginner, it might not be a best option. But right now I am used to it. Initially I wasn't used to it because I was playing a physical Death Knight who had practically one offensive ability, which was Force Wave, and 3 other abilities, like 2 of them were Warcry and Mark of Torment, and the other one being the Creek Stomp from Creek set. So you can imagine my surprise and also the unfamiliarity when it comes to playing this character at the initial stages.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, let's continue getting through those demons.
I can't do that.
I do see more and more skeletons from Raise of the Dead, which means this constellation is leveling slowly but surely. I also do need to search for Ectonic Rift that leads on the sub area.
That skill's not ready.
Just because I want to complete the quests, the optional quests of freeing these occultists. I believe, yeah, this is the one.
Can't do that yet.
Yeah, those void parasites have a very high resistance towards vitality. Defense, I mean. So, like I was saying, try to curse them at the start of the battle before attacking them with your other skills. Because otherwise even your heavy hitting skills will not going to deal a lot of damage to their health pools. The one thing that I regret of not doing is when I was playing the Dead Knight character, I should have bought more Potions of Clarity
Skill's not ready.
for the experience gains purposes. I only bought like 10, and to be honest, in my opinion, 10 is nothing when it comes to leveling your character from level 1 to level 100. I believe that's the one. Oh, actually, I'll know that that is a thing that I'm going to correct when it comes to this character as soon as I'll get to Malmouth resistance and start and have the ability to buy from them those potions. I'll buy them in hundreds, to be honest. Yes, the writs, I was covered in those aspects, the ones that give you the extra faction gains with your friendly faction, but when it comes to
That skill's not ready.
those potions, not having them is definitely
Can't do that yet.
the thing that I regret of not doing. Alright, so I should be close enough to this boss already that I need to kill here. One thing I should check also is whether or not or on what stage, on what level I can craft a better relic, because currently I am using Torment relic for level 35. Wait, first let's set up totems, then talk with them, and only then attack you. Yeah, let's not stand in those pools. Alright. Yeah, like chaos damage, whatever. Most importantly, I am interested in having vitality and damage and decay. Alright, so now that this part of the quest has been complete, let's talk with her. And you will see her again, only, well, slight spoilers in Forgotten Gods. As well as this person whom she was trying to search for. Yeah, so at this point I'm roaming around this area just to gain some reputations towards Barrowholm. Barrowholm is the only faction with whom I haven't bought the Rid that gives you plus 150% faction gains with them, so they are the only ones. When it comes to all the others, including the Forgotten Gods faction, I had them covered in this aspect. So I'm missing just Barrowholm. And actually, when it comes to lore, I was explaining previously when I had played the Death Knight, so this is actually, well, when it comes to first part of Grim Dawn, and I believe in the future we'll have its sequel. So when it comes to occultists and their plans, those are the occultists' last stand when it comes to this game, this DLC and this game in general. You'll have more understanding once you read the lore notes of what's happening with them, but believe it or not, this territory is their last resort, last line of defense. Because from one point they are pressed by the main character and his allied forces. From other point they are pressed by Aetherials and their forces, so from all fronts. And they do not have a safe ground anymore. Unless you count a void, but that's the whole other aspects of it. I mean, I am talking about mostly cultists and their opportunity to summon more demons. Let's not skip this component. Yes, the confusion part on the Black Death, the modifier to Bloody Pox ability, is one other aspect that is going to help me, I believe, especially at later stages of the game, which will force those demons just roam around and do not attack my character that often. But I believe the confusion will not work on bosses, only on regular monsters. Yeah, so I still haven't encountered the spider boss which can be found in this area.
Can't do that.
Yeah, probably I had missed some of those occultist camps.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, I see an elite. And now this elite has been dead. Oh, a lot of demons, had to be careful around them. Do not overshoot it, just cause, like I said, the vulnerability of this character is his lack of good physical resistance, as well as damage absorption from melee attacks.
That skill's not ready.
So, by the looks of it, the coast is almost clear. Yes, just some of those guys are left. Let's continue to head upwards. Alright, a lot of those burning deaths. Let's... Oh, one thing to note about is the fact that your totems are immune to any of the AoE abilities from monsters, as well as those Ether Ground abilities. Well, any damage effect that can destroy the environment, your totems are immune from it. So do not worry that if you are going to put totems straight into Ether Ground, that they are going to vanish. No. They are protected from it. Alright, so the whole Morndale area has been cleared. Let's go into Malmouth outskirts, and then into Malmouth sewers.
Can't do that.
Yes, in the sewers I am going to go against, in the optional area, to fight against Galacross, the mountain.
That skill's not ready.
Hopefully it will work out. I mean, it should. I am confident, but not overconfident in my abilities to go through the game's content. With Galacross is actually the fight, well, like I said, when it comes to this character and his game plan, the longer the fight goes, the more beneficial it's to you rather than to your enemies. Just because you will be able to stack more of your totems, curse them more, drain life from them,
That skill's not ready.
and all of this good stuff. I want to visit an optional, well, hidden spoils area. To the left, the ones that are to the left of me. Yep, and 2 more levels until I can finally change my equipment to a better one. That's when it comes to buying stuff from Coven's Refuge as well as Battle Home. Alright, let's continue. Hashtag sewer level. My favorite. Yeah, the least favorite zone for me in this game is actually Port Valbury. I mean, yeah, it's actually considered by many to be their least favorite roguelike dungeon. And when it comes to my opinion, I tend to agree with them, as well as add on top of it that it is the hardest dungeon from all of them. That includes the DLC's one as well. Alright, despised with Aetherial Vanguard. Let's curse this fat guy who is trying to stay on the back line from them. Yeah, so slowly but surely I'm moving through the game content. And like I said, if you're looking for the fastest character that can clear monsters on the screen, as well as move from one point to another, I believe the Conjurer is not your perfect option, because he should always play around his setup, around his totems, debuffs, curses, which by default forces him to move not that far from one place to another when he is trying to, or when he is fighting monsters. Yeah, I am moving a bit back a bit, just because there were a lot of those worms in this area, and each one of them, well, if not on this difficulty, then I believe starting from elites are going to reduce your resistances to one element or the other when he is attacking. The short comparison also between Conjurer and Death Knight, character that I was playing previously, Physical Death Knight, is the short version of it would be Conjurer deals more damage. That's straight up front. The longer the fight goes, Conjurer will deal more and more damage than Death Knight. That's at least when it comes to leveling. Actually, can I? Oh, I cannot. Or can I? Yes, cheesing strategy. Use Mark and blood pox on them. This is actually an optional area, which I am going to visit. Yes, the fact that I was also able to apply my Devouring Swarm on them, as well as Wendigo Mark, helps me a bit before I go into area itself. Alright, let's smash those boxes. And they are dead. Yep. Do I have a dynamite with me? Oh, actually, I believe you need 3 dynamite, if I'm not mistaken, to clear the passage right there. Yeah, some hidden corpses. Yeah, good thing that those worms are actually stationary. You can safely curse them and be sure that your debuffs will spread from one target to another. You do not have to run between them and reapply, or from them and reapply your curses. Yeah, so let's... Yeah, 3 dynamite. Bummer. Well, this means that I will go into the homestead? Yeah, let's go there and craft some dynamite. Extra stuff. As well as sell the equipment which I have collected. So, to whom I'm going to sell? To you, probably. Elemental. Chaos. I haven't seen a long time the better scepter, to be honest. Hopefully sooner rather than later I will be wearing another equipment on, not counting the armor aspects as well as jewelry, but also the weapons. That's better than mine. Level 65. Well, I'll save them until this point. Why does it have such a low percentage of... Oh, perhaps because of the fact that it will give... I mean, it gives at the same time offensive and defensive ability. I was wondering why this item has such low percentage of vitality damage and decay on it. Yes, all of those shields, those weapons. Helmet might be useful. Actually, it gives less resistance. Yeah, just more armor. Never mind. So, only those pants. Fine. Dynamite. Let's craft dynamite. This is not dynamite, those are.
Got something you need, Stash?
And yep, that's it. Let's put those pens here. And also, what do I want to check? Yes, the better equipment from Homestead as well. Just double checking on what level I can buy and wear it.
I'll give you a good price of what I've got left.
Level 70. Yeah. Still a long way to go. Sure. I'll wait. I'm patient. Patience is a virtue. Also, but when it comes to those guys... Yeah, level 70, same. Same deal. Fine, let's go back to the sewers. Oh, not from here. I need to go to the stationary waypoint. Let's blow this passage and enter in it. Oh, that's a bad spot. Let's avoid this getting surrounded thing, if possible. Yeah, so I was surprised. I mean, I should have remembered that as soon as you'll enter this place, those columns will spawn directly behind you. My bad, guys. So I also need to check from where exactly Galacross will be running towards me. I assume, well, more often than not, he's not going to go through this passage.
That skill's not ready.
Yes. Too much excitement. Yeah, he is going to be right around this environment, this big mountain environment. So perhaps it would be useful if I just set up my totems somewhere here before pulling him. Or here.
Can't do that.
Yeah, like there he is. Oh, he deals a lot of damage, you nasty Galacross. Yes, keep blocking him. No. No. Just block him. Fine. That has worked. Thanks to my skeletons.
That skill's not ready.
MVP were definitely those skellies. So now that this optional area has been cleared, let's continue clearing out the rest of the sewer. And also, while nothing particularly interesting is going on, I'll use this opportunity to say hi and welcome for all of those who is watching this stream or
That skill's not ready.
tuned in just recently or has watched some of other videos or just want to see some stuff from Grim Dawn. Nonetheless, welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Andrievitz, playing a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with veteran included. Planning to build a Conjurer, combination between Shaman and Occultist. I am using a template for this character, which later on I will be linking with the help of Grimtool's link, so that you can see what type of skill allocation he will have at level 100, what sort of gear he will have, so on and so forth.
That skill's not ready.
When it comes to what mod am I using? I'm using a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to auto pick up blueprints, lore notes, some of the components, highlight my HP bar as well as monsters HP bar, highlight debuff icons, all of this good stuff. The link to this mod I will also leave sooner in the, I mean, after I will finish the stream, as well as upload the video on YouTube, where you can download this mod and install it. Also, if you are a beginner, you can check my Grim Dawn edited video tips and tricks, where there I discussed bosses' most dangerous attacks from some of the bosses, as well as how to avoid them, some of the resistances that you can collect on certain stages of the game, and vice versa, what you can neglect. And if you are more experienced players and you want to know what awaits you at the Elite and Ultimate difficulty, I had also made an edited video which highlights some of the differences between the boss's behavior on Elite and Ultimate, whether it be more casting speed, attack speed, movement speed, all of this stuff, as well as some of the dangerous attacks from Nemesis bosses, plus on top of it what endgame resistances you need to have on your gear in order to complete all of those higher difficulties. Same deal, you can check it out on YouTube channel later on at your own leisure. And also, if you had missed other parts of this playthrough and you want to check them out later,
Before I assume you're just another Aetherial. As far as the black, I don't know what that.
you can do this or by checking Twitch video on demand or
Wait, did I just say that?
YouTube channel. All of the links, like I said, you can find in the description.
If you're serious, the Aetherials.
And feel free to ask any questions when it comes to just generalized questions or questions about the game in chat. I'll do my best to answer them. Alright, Malmouth's resistance. I actually haven't checked whether or not they have something dedicated towards vitality damage. Let's see. Let's just type vitality damage and start checking. They do. Level 65. +2 to Doombolt and Decomposition. What is a decomposition? I'll check it later. Come on. No better weapons? Well, Ether Chaos. No, thank you. Bonus to pets. Level 9. Yeah, sure. So, only this helmet at level 65, fine. What is a decomposition? I do not know what it is, to be honest. While eruption, interesting. Something from Shaman, maybe? No. Perhaps it's with the Necromancer in mind. So, only helmet. Have I picked their quests yet? Yeah, like destroyed the Northern Wagon and all of this stuff. Just need 1.5 level more. Actually, with this character, I will start to utilize craft and apply those high-end resistance components, starting from... That was weird. Starting from level 75. Because most of them actually have the requirement of your character to be at level 75.
That skill's not
For you to wear them. Alright, Candle District. Good old Candle District. And Aetherials that are roaming around this place. I am going to the left first just because I want to complete the optional quest in this area. You know, the one where you can save kids and you have a chance of not aggroing the adult that is protecting them. So Yeah, they are right there on top. Just making sure I haven't missed anything when it comes to those regular chests. That was weird. I didn't know if you come close to the borders of the map, it will actually tells you that you are in the Malmouth harbor.
Can't do that.
All right. Yeah, so those are those kids. Actually, when I had played that night on all 3 difficulties, well, on Ultimate I haven't went into DLC, but on 2 difficulties he aggroed towards me. Oh, I was managed to save them all this time. Interesting. That's the first time that the outcome of this quest has changed.
That skill's not ready.
Because all of the other times he aggroed and started attacking me. Alright, I actually should have cleared this territory first, before moving further to the north. How can I go down there? Oh, from this bridge. Yeah, the layout of the Candle District is not that easy to navigate around. Alright. Now those houses. Alright. Yeah, believe it or not, I actually consider Sentinel to be a worse version when compared to this Aetherial Terraformer that you were fighting previously throughout the vanilla campaign, as well as your, well, some parts of your first DLC. I mean, yeah, it looked new and cool and has new attacks, but when it comes to how difficult it is to destroy it, the Terraformer is not that tough to deal with compared to, I mean, this new tower looking thing is not that tough to deal with compared to Ethereal Terraformer previously. Oh, it's called Guardian, never mind. Guardian and Sentinel. Sure, whatever the case might be. First quest that I need to first quest item that I need to destroy. Yeah, get used to hearing the same lines from Aetherials. That will always scream, "You cannot kill me," so on and so forth, by playing again and again throughout the difficulties. I mean, when it comes to lore, Aetherial functions the same, well, almost the same as those demons, chthonic demons that you are fighting against throughout this game. If you are killing them while their physical bodies, they are going into their own realm, and from there they'll have their opportunity to retake another human or creature, so on and so forth. So this is why when every time you are killing those possessed humans, I believe it's the best word to describe them, you'll hear constantly, "You cannot kill me," and so on and so forth. So when it comes to demons, demon function practically the same, only they have their own territory called Void. I mean, if you had read also about the World of Warcraft lore or Warhammer lore, you'll get the understanding. Or even if you haven't, the game explains elaborately and clearly to you what happened when you are killing those creatures. All right. When it comes to like cliches that they are tried to escape, well, at least some of it, or turn it into something different, sadly, that this game has a bit. I mean, has some twists that are expected to happen throughout certain stages of the game, but nonetheless, it's still interesting to keep track of certain lore aspects as well as what is happening on certain stages of the game. Whether you had played it for the first time and seen all the outcomes or you haven't seen them all, it's still interesting to observe. I could name a few of them just for the purpose of me trying to, well, without going into spoilers that much. I mean, the Chosen One aspect is definitely the thing that is presented here as a part of in-game lore, and to me it's a cliche, which sadly you cannot... Well, you can, but in those type of games it's hard to like play around it that much. I'm talking about the main character and his things, his deeds throughout the game itself, what he's capable of doing and whatnot, and why only he is capable of doing so and not the others. Same actually goes with some of the villains, although when it comes to villains, you'll definitely have your surprises, especially when you play this game for the first time. When it comes to different endings and whatnot, well, I mean, different. No, that's not the word to describe it. When it comes to endings, like in general, in this game, yes, it has the cliffhanger endings, it also has some fillers. Well, to be honest, to me, the whole filler aspect of it is actually strongly connected with the second DLC. It feels like filler, plays like filler, and has no major impact on in-game lore, despite by itself being a good DLC to play. But still, it feels more like a filler. But when it comes to, like, in general, this DLC as well as its ending, yeah, it has a sort of a cliffhanger with a surprise at the end, but nonetheless, it's, in my subjective opinion, it's better than Forgotten Gods. So this is the bridge that I need to lower, which means this area is completely optional, but still I'm going to visit it. Oh, they are fighting someone, perhaps Malmouth resistance.
That skill's not ready.
Alright. Yeah, they had either killed or ran away from Malmouth resistance. My bet is on the first option. Because there were a lot of those Aetherials right there. Yeah, at this stage, well, as soon as I will finish up with the defensive setup, I am most certainly going to go for Will of Rotash as well as Dying God, just because I do need to have more damage output on later stages of the game. Alright. Yeah, those environments, wardrobes, bookshelves, you can smash if you do not have anything attached to any attack attached to left mouse button, you can just hold shift and your character will start swinging. This way you can destroy this environment, and perhaps you'll even get something good from it. Most of the time you won't, but hey, it's worth a try. At least sometimes. So this is the main quest. I'll instead go towards the northern side. Wait, speak to Nico Erin at the Resistance hideout. Are you kidding me? I haven't picked up her quest yet? Well, that's not a good thing. Because I was checking and I did not see the quest which asked of me to lower the bridge and enter the Black Legion Inn. Well, gotta do it on the fly then. Oh, he utilized his shield. Never mind.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, so this is your area where you need to lower the gates and kill this Keeper of the Gates, despite how funny this name is. I mean, perhaps the Ethereal had turned this guy into this monstrosity rather than just naming the golem-like creature Keeper of the Gates. Yeah, let's go first to this area and destroy our last wagon. As well as visiting this area to pick up some more stuff. So when it comes to how well this character performs in DLC, more in depth without giving you only the short versions of it, well, the thing is that the more and more I am putting more points towards his abilities, the confident I am becoming, well, the more safer as well as... That's weird bug, to be honest. The more safer as well as more protection I do feel from various sources of damage from monsters, such as physical attacks, their magical attacks, range attacks, so on and so forth.
That skill's not
So
ready.
perhaps it's safer to say like this character has a well, slower starting point is not the best word to describe it,
That skill's not ready.
but like slow going. Yeah, slow going is definitely the better word for it. He has to be like played in a fashion where you had to initially sacrifice some of your defense in favor of offense, as well as your healing capabilities. Comparing him with the Death Knight, especially at this stage of the game, when I had played him, he definitely had way less damage and he cleared those monsters slower. But in return, he had given me the opportunity to withstand a lot of blows, which I didn't notice or was unlucky enough and got hit by a couple of two when it comes to charge attacks, teleporting attacks, so on and so forth. So he definitely forgives more mistakes. Yeah, that's the best description of how can I phrase this. I do need to find a way to go down there to kill this elite. Yeah, throughout this ladder.
Can't do that.
Alright, so where it is? There he is. Yeah, do not worry at all about reflective guys. They will not give you... They will not present to you any form of a threat when it comes to vitality damage users. Unlike the physical damage guys or internal trauma. So, time to lower the gates. Hopefully I will be able to do it without speaking, well, preemptively, without going back and speaking to Nico Erin at the Resistance hideout.
Can't do that yet.
Oh yes, he's definitely charging already towards me. Good thing that I had my healing, as well as my totem setup. Yeah, but he deals a lot of damage in melee range.
Can't do that yet.
Believe it or not, it feels like this guy, well, let me give you a perspective. This guy hits more than Galacross the Mountain, even on elite difficulty. Something weird is going on, despite the fact that this is just... Yeah, it's a quest boss, and Galacross the Mountain is only your optional boss, if you want to visit your optional area, but still. Same thing happened when I had played the Death Knight. Just feels like it, this boss hits more harder than Galacross. Right, so let's speak with the Inquisitor.
I was beginning to read.
And then let's get back to the Resistance hideout.
Well, I had you.
Right, that's the first quest that has been completed, and then let's go for the second. Oh, it's actually, never mind. This is the guy that I was saved. That I had the opportunity to save along with those kids. Fine. Yeah, same deal. One thing here, one thing here.
I've spoken with Corinia. Corinia has a... Is there something...
Alright, friendly. And I need to retake the district. Well, as soon as I'll retake it, I'll sell the extra items that I had managed to collect from previous district. I already hear fighting. Hopefully I can join in without losing too much of my HP in the process. Yeah, with the totem setup, it should not be that difficult to get rid of all of those Aetherials, even from the start. Yeah, even against this boss and his trusty allies. Yep. So this district has been retaken. You know what would be a better thing to have? Not just those regular Malmouth resistance as well as Black Legion fighting. Like the name character as well that will be fighting would be good to see. Like, if not Olgrim, then an Inquisitor with usage of his seals and whatnot, as well as those guys in melee or in ranged.
The outpost resistance had attempted to breach the gates of Crown Hill before.
There you are. Well discussed.
Corinia has given me the steel.
Alright. I do need to go and accept some more quests around this area first. I am wondering, will I have enough reputation when it comes to accepting the quest from Corinia to retake the Malmouth Harbor? Or, if you remember when I was playing the Death Knight and I was at this point, I was forced to like go back when I unlocked the Crown Hill district and then go for the Malmouth Harbor on foot. Hopefully with the help of Ritz I will be able to just... Wait, there are no vendors here? There should be vendors like over in this area. Yeah, in this case, let's go back to Devil's Crossing and sell all the stuff there.
I'll give you a good price of what I've got left.
That's actually a funny helmet. Well, funny looking. Not that good when it comes to stats that it gives. Yeah, believe it or not, I am looking at the 81% vitality damage, 26 decay. 96 vitality damage, 84 decay. Hallowed Fang and Outcast Death Touch. Yeah, let's for now save the scepter. Because I'm looking only for the damage per second. I shouldn't have looking at the damage per second. Instead, I should have looked at the percentages that certain items give to me. especially when it comes to those scepters. No, not with bonus to pets, sadly. Yeah, let's sell this as well. Yeah, because I feel like I should have switched to a new scepter a long time ago. Because of me not paying that much attention to that I need to look for one parameters rather than other. Because as you see, like I am so used to playing with the Death Knight, so everything that does not have a green plus on it when it comes to attack damage per second automatically considers by me to be a bad item, when at this instance I should have paid close attention to what and how much vitality damage and vitality decay and some other defensive stats bonuses the item has, because I'm not utilizing auto attack in any form. This is why it was foolish of me to look at them from this perspective. Yeah, so this is a quest item. Hello, Doza, how are you doing? Hopefully everything is okay. I'm doing fine. Currently I'm already at the Malmouth Resistance. Excuse me, at the Steel Cap district, planning to retake it. Slowly but surely leveling this character to higher levels. Plan to finish up with this difficulty, and on Elite I am planning to just go for a certain devotion points to complete my constellations, and right after it jump straight into Ultimate without going full completionist on Elite difficulty as well. So I'll just use Elite difficulty as a closure point, quote unquote, for this devotion setup, and that's it. Right, so what was it? Outcast. Yeah, so I need to go to Outcast. Outcast is in Fort Icon. Yeah, like, sorry, I assumed that this my buggy bot is actually considered something. Yeah. I should tweak a few settings here or there just to avoid seeing those messages from my viewers from time to time that are blocked automatically. Once again, sorry for this to happen. So the Outcast Death Touch. Vitality damage, yep. This one. Let's immediately apply it here. Teleport back to the Devil's Crossing and switch. Oh, so this is what I need to do. Okay. Yeah, the thing is that to be honest, I had started to memorize already some of the suffixes and prefixes that are actually good to have without even paying that much attention to the item itself. I mean, I can show to you what I mean to be more specific. The Void Harbinger is actually a good thing to have on items because it has all of the vitality damage, vitality decay, and a bunch of resistances at the same time on white item. So whenever I will see Void Harbinger, well, other than two-hander or ranged weapon, but you get the point. I will be started to look more closely to this item and what effects it will have. But I will utilize this idea from you when it comes to these filters. So just everything with vitality damage will be highlighted with one thing, and everything else with one color, and every other item with the other color. So let's reapply this thing, keep this add-on, and bring it back. So let's go straight for the Steel Cap District and start clearing it. Hopefully I accepted everything that those guys have. Yeah, it's a good thing to do. It's actually going to be very helpful. To be honest, not sorting all of the stuff that I do not need is going to benefit me in the long run, especially if not with this character, then with any other characters. This is definitely going to be to consider. This is definitely going to be a good stuff. All right. When it comes to how well this character was performing up until this point, and included DLCs up until vanilla game content and DLC, I can definitely say one thing. When it comes to his damage and his healing capabilities, he outscales that Knight leveling. So the longer the fight goes, the more damage I'm actually dealing to monsters, bosses, elites, but you get the point. But, like I said, or however, it will be foolish of them to have only benefits without any drawbacks. The drawbacks of this character is that he does not have a high damage absorption or physical resistance percentages compared to Death Knight. So this forces me to play in a certain fashion, avoiding, if possible, most of the melee encounters as well as heavy hitting monsters, in favor of kiting and debuffing my opponents preemptively before going straight into the fray. All right. Oh. This is actually going to... Yeah, it's clickable, but from the other side. And with that said, with the fact that this character also, the longer the fight goes, the more beneficial it is to him rather than to my enemies. When you have a time to prepare your setup, your totems, your curses, I do not think, well, unless you have to quickly change positions, I do not think that you will have any sort of a problem against even tougher opponents at the ultimate difficulties. But hey, as of right now, it's just a theory without practice. Perhaps later I'll reconsider my words. Alright, first quest item has been gathered. With the Death Knight, I had managed to fight against only, well, 4 Nemesis bosses, such as I had defeated Archmage Alexander, the... what was his name again? Yeah, the Chupacabra Endless Menace. Plus, on Ultimate I had fought and defeated Valdran and Musilok the Chillwind. So those are my experience. Those are so far my experience in fighting against the Nemesis bosses. I hadn't fought with all of them, but with some I did. And judging by how things were unraveling when it comes to their encounters, well, against Musilok, especially against Valdran Stormscourge, this character might have a slight edge over Death Knight, just because he is not forced to come that close in melee range, and he can safely kite them from a distance. Well, unless you forget about the thing that Valdran can teleport straight into your face, but yeah, like, if he's teleporting, that's by default means for me that I do need to run away from him initially before I start to attacking him.
That skill's not ready.
In some of those side areas there will be a devotion point, which I can... devotion altar, which I can restore.
Can't do that yet.
But I believe it's not in this one, this is just a side area, if I'm not mistaken. Nonetheless, I will check it as well.
That skill's not ready.
I haven't yet reached the exclusive skill from Occultist, because I am leveling with the skill allocation of one point into wasting, another into mastery bar, because having some form of offensive ability reduction is going to be super useful for this character. Well, let me elaborate on the... even if you have the perfect dodging skills, so on and so forth, in this game there are a lot of attacks which you cannot dodge. So you'll have to take a hit. And it's not that critical now, but when it comes to ultimate difficulty, if you have some form of offensive ability reduction through your skills, your abilities, so on and so forth, it will change entirely it can change entirely the outcome of this fight. Even if you are fighting regular monsters on ultimate difficulty, they are capable of hitting you a lot. Oh, only one ghost elite here. Nothing more. Alright, let's continue clearing the rest of the district. Oh, this is at a dead end. Yes, this is especially important against those Colossus guys. And when I'm talking about mana management, yes, you can see from time to time that I am utilizing the energy potions, but later on, when I will be leveling the Lantern constellation, this thing, where it is, yeah, this one, it will give me more energy regeneration, as long as I'll have something caster offhand and a scepter in the other hand. So the mana problems from that point on should be, well, if non-existent, then closer to it. Well, as long as I will not just sit here and spam all of my abilities like this. I should go here just... Oh, I cannot right now. I thought I could go up immediately and destroy a barricade to open a shortcut straight to the encampment. As you can see, with your totem setup, your foes will not stand a chance against you. The only problem is that you have to move closer to them at a certain point if you want to proceed to the next areas. Yeah, my skeletons will deal with this guy. I am getting closer to level 65. I should constantly remind myself of when I will reach it. I need to go straight towards my friendly factions, such as Battleholm, Coven's Refuge, and buy from them new equipment, because it's time. I feel it's time to buy and wear it. How did I... Somehow I missed this crystal completely. I'll return and destroy it. Yeah, as soon as I will able to do it. Oh, do not tell me I cannot go there from this place. Nope, I cannot. I need to go on the street first. Oh, there's a boss. Great. Yeah, those ethereal circles are hurting me a lot just because, well, if they are in numbers. I do not have yet reached the soft cap resistance when it comes to Ether, as well as I believe, yeah, with Chaos 4 more percent, with Ether 25% more. So whenever you'll see that I'm getting hit a lot from those Ether clouds, do know that that's because of my lack of ethereal resistance than anything. Well, the armor also, the low amount of it could play a certain role, but it mostly comes because of my low resistances. Alright, so from here I do need to go to the detonation site first.
Can't do that.
Yeah, I was previously talking about the lore and some of those aspects. Well, the thing is that you will sooner or later find out, if you haven't played this portion of the game yet, that the main bad guy, which was also referenced in several of the lore notes in the vanilla game also. I am talking about the Flesh Weaver. No, not Flesh Weaver. Master of the Flesh, Theoden Marcel. Is actually not the lead of Ethereal Invasion. And in my subjective opinion, Ethereal Invasion does not have a single leader. When you will start gathering the lore nodes that will explain to you his position in Ethereal ranks as well as his role. Right there you will start to see a signature that says like circle of something. Well, the force actually I have some of it right now. No. Later on I will show you what I mean. Circle of something, I mean 4 something somethings. So perhaps those 4 guys that are being in the shadows constantly and that haven't shown themselves just yet, they are the leaders of this whole Ethereal Invasion.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, let's help our allies by attacking those Aetherials. And let's go and clear this detonation site. Come on, go. Why can't I? That was weird. So let's click on it, blow this thing up, and thusly I had opened a shortcut. Yeah, in this lighthouse you can actually search for this unrestored devotion altar. See, it even highlights on your minimap once you get close to it. I do remember that, if I'm not mistaken, on Elite difficulty, I have gathered here a good legendary for that night, but that was on Elite. I do not think that the same thing will happen with the Conjurer, but hey, it's worth a try, even if I am at the normal difficulty just yet. There's another boss right there, which you can kill, and should kill anyway. Yeah, this worm wanted to join a party later. Well, a bit later, when everyone already had gone. Actually, let's first get rid of those guys before activating the corrupted altar. Let's debuff this boss. Yes, something dropped from him. Did not check what exactly. One moment, I'll check. Agony. Sure. Alright, now it's time to clear cleanse this desecrated shrine. Yes, I finally unlocked the ability to go for the Solemn Watcher. Those are basically not only good when it comes to boosting up your defensive abilities, but as of the purpose of me unlocking them right now, I do need to gather points for the Wheel of Rotage, the dots, yellow ones and blue ones. Yep, now the coast is, well, almost clear except for those worms. Now it has been cleared. I just check whether or not I can go under the bridge and search for hidden spoils. Alright, so I believe this road will lead me straight to the Crown Hill? Question mark. So this is why perhaps I do need to go back and clear these remaining uncharted territories first. Yeah, so as you can see, this character does not have any problems against big groups of monsters, small groups of monsters. He'll get the idea. Yeah, the FPS dropped a bit, but that's mostly when it comes to game engine rather than anything else. It's not because of my hardware. Alright, so one side quest has been completed.
I can't open that.
Oh, still a long way to go until I can go to Malmouth Harbor. Fine. Alright, this means the only way to go is here. Yeah, like as soon as I will reach the point where I can get my potions of clarity from Malmouth Resistance as well as reads from each friendly faction, well, mostly potions. I'll just stack them and buy them as much as possible.
That skill's not.
Should check this area as well. I still haven't figured out just by looking on it who deals more damage, those Bile Eaters when they are charging? I mean, not Bile Eaters, yeah, those guys. Or those Ethereal Colossus. I mean, it feels like Bile Eaters actually do more damage. So I had reached group of survivors. That's first. I also need to find another one.
That seal's not ready.
Oh, this is going to be a big fight. But by the looks of it, I had reached level up. I got cursed with ether damage, but nothing to worry about that much. Alright, so from this point, 1 point into Black Dead, and the other point into the Mastery Bar. Yeah, sadly I do not have a high stun resist, so this is why some of those Ethereal Colossus monsters, when they are charging and interacting, that's not the good word, interrupting my cast, I am at a disadvantage, and I also do not have a possession skill yet, which will grant me an immunity from any of the abilities that can interrupt me and my casting. So this is the second group of survivors. Let's go back on the streets. Actually, let's check this corner. No, nothing in it.
That seal's not ready.
Oh, I should check those houses first before moving higher up the street.
Can't do that.
That was weird. I mean, he desperately, tried to reach close, tried to run closer to me just to blow up? Do at least even have the abilities to blow up? When I'm talking about those little demonic creatures, ethereal creatures. Right, let's pick up this bomb. I'll blow up the gate soon. Yeah, let's first go here.
Can't do that.
Pick up those stuff. As well as reclaiming this diary. Oh, I forgot to gather this one item. Oh yeah, level 65. Well, as soon as I will clear the remaining of this area and blow up the gate that leads to Crown Hill, I'll go back, first complete some quests, and then go for possible friendly factions and their items.
That seal's not ready.
Yeah, those annoying ethereal clouds, I already know of them. Fine, let's go and blow up the gate.
Can't do that.
So now that this gate has been destroyed, can talk with you. Then go back to the Steel Cap district. And here complete some more stuff. 2 quests from you.
I believe.
Captain Wolf, I was wondering. I'm talking about the Black Iron.
Alright, I'm honored with Malmouth resistance, which means that I do have the ability to go and clear the Malmouth harbor, which I will surely do, which I'll do for sure. Oh, and pick up her quests as well. So, firstly, let's sell some stuff.
See what's left of my wares.
Yeah, it has a very low percentage of vitality damage, so this is why I'm instantly selling this. Yeah, those shields shouldn't even look at them. So next plan, like I said, sell the items, check the friendly factions, buy from them new equipment, go and clear the Malmouth harbor. Only after it, go back to the main quest area. Because the next quest from the Malmouth resistance is going to be centered around clearing the Crown Hill bastion, but only after you clear the harbor first. Two lore notes, which I haven't haven't read yet. So
Got something you need stashed?
put everything when it comes to components, craftable, and items that are needed for craft into transferable stash. And also let's... I should have also bring with me those new pants. Yep. Right, so this is
On what I've got left.
what I can buy when it comes to their helmet. Once more, only helmet at this stage, right? Vitality, I typed it wrong. Vitality damage. I mean, only 3,000. Sure, I just buy and bring it with me just to see and compare it against the other helmets from Coven's Refuge and from Barrowholm. So Barrowholm first. I still do not know what the hell is decomposition. I mean, Doombolt, yeah, is this skill. Oh, I actually... Haven't I clicked on this chest yet when I played through this area? That was weird. The fact that you can click on it again if you already had completed all of their quests and picked up all of their lore nodes. So,
Give you a good price on what I've got left.
once again, I'm typing this word wrong. Vitality damage. They actually have a lot more to offer. Shoulders. Reduces... No, it's more acid damage as well. I'm interested mostly in just vitality damage. And vitality decay. Sure, this thing... So no acid. Just this one. Grasping vines, though. It has low armor, but more health on it, as well as energy regen. This has more armor. Ether... oh, never mind, ether resistance. I am in desperate need of more ether resistance right now, so... yeah, this thing will suffice. Yeah, but... vitality 49, 48... 63, 59... more damage or more defense. I'll choose more defense. So what about shoulders? Vitality damage, decay. Sure, let's buy those and compare them one
Iron well spent.
to the other. Why am I going on foot? I need to go straight to Coven's Refuge and check their equipment. Wares of Coven. Honors I cannot buy yet. This for level 84, I assume. Yep. So this menu then. To be honest, like having ether damage. Bonus to pets. Alright, so it seems like... wait, why did I buy two of them? Bendigo Wild Pauldrons. Only one. Fine, let's go and equip our new items. Which will make things definitely easier for me. As well as more manageable when it comes to taking a hit or two from those monsters.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Keeping the add-on. Wait, what? Come on. This thing. As well as shoulders. It looks actually kinda interesting with those new setup. Wait, do I even need anti-venom self? I can just go for Silk Swatch. And I do have overwhelming amounts of elemental resistance. That's bad. You might want to ask why it's bad. Well, because look at my ether resistance. I do need to remove one ward stone, and instead I do need to put one ether soul on its place. And also when it comes to poison and acid, instead of putting anti-venom self on my shoulders, I will put the what do you call it, Silk Swatch on them. So once again, Silk Swatch plus... Oh, I forgot to put Necrotic Flesh on my amulet. So Silk Swatch as well as... Ether Shard? How's it called again? Ether Soul. Do I have it in my stash? Let's check it. Yes, extra Silk Swatch. Alright, managed to reach the soft cap. And Ether... Yeah, 1 Ether Soul.
I'll keep an eye out.
Instead of the... Whoops, that's not the right item. Instead of a ward stone, keep this item. Yeah, a bit better. Still not reach soft cap, but hey, you cannot have everything that you want.
Got something you need stashed?
What have I missed? I have missed my Necrotic Flesh. Which I can safely buy from Homestead. If you have also, if you haven't, I do not know about Kaiman's Chosen, but when it comes to Homestead, you can buy their equipment if you have completed their quest line, so on and so forth. Already from Homestead, I said from Homestead. No, from Order of the Dead's Vigil, you can buy their equipment already at this place. So, what am I looking at? The... No, not this thing. Yeah, this one. And I'll apply it to my amulet. So everything has been picked up. Let's continue towards our quest line. And once again, while I'm just running to the Malmouth Harbor, since it's a kind of a long way to go, to be honest, on foot. Even from here. I'll use this opportunity to say hi and welcome for all of those who is watching my stream. Just tuned in, watched from the beginning, or some of my other videos and decided to get some portion of a Grim Dawn live. Nonetheless, welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Sandrievitz, playing a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with veteran included. Playing as a Conjurer, combination between soldier, shaman and occultist, with vitality damage in mind. Planning to go for the ultimate and obtain Dark One set, using a template which I will be linking later when the stream will be over in Twitch video on demand description, or with a Grim Tools link, as well as in the YouTube video description when it will be uploaded on YouTube. If you had missed previous parts of this playthrough and you want to check them out, you can do this either by watching it on Twitch video on demand or on YouTube channel, as well as if you want to get a better grasp of this game, of its mechanics, some of the dangerous bosses attacks, and what type of resistances you need to be working, and vice versa, you need to be having, and vice versa, you can neglect at certain stages of the game. You can check my edited video, Grim Dawn Tips and Tricks, for beginner-friendly Grim Dawn Tips and Tricks, which you can find at my YouTube channel. If you are more experienced player and you want to check how things unravel on Elite and Ultimate difficulty, I also made a video for Elite and Ultimate, which is discussing some of the changes that will happen on those difficulties, such as monsters' behavior, differences in attack speed, casting speed, so on and so forth. and also the endgame components, which you do have to have on your character. You can also check this video on YouTube channel. Feel free to ask any questions concerning the game or just in general in chat. I'll do my best to answer them. Yeah, this fight takes usually longer than expected just because how many tough monsters are spawning in this place. When I am right now, currently, I'm retaking the Malmouth Harbor, closer to the end of Ashes of Malmouth DLC. My game plan is usually, I mean, right now is to complete the Hardcore Veteran fully, Ashes of Malmouth as well as Forgotten Gods. On Elite only utilize this difficulty for lacking devotion points, and then went straight into go straight to the ultimate difficulty. Alright, let's go back to the Steelcap district, report the completion of this quest and pick up another
Was the
one.
mission back before the city fell?
Yeah, the council, you can deal with them in the Crown Hill district, which is the last district of the city. And I believe to reach the council you'll need to go straight to the right from this waypoint. Yeah, those... I was talking either behemoths or those colossus deal more physical damage when they are charging straight at you. I hadn't figured this thing out yet. Yeah, let's destroy this first vent, which prevents us to go and kill the final boss of this DLC. I mean, to go in the area where you can kill the final boss in it, but still. Yeah, and I believe somebody asked me about the HP also. Well, you can see that despite me not leveling that much into HP and buying only the newly acquired friendly faction gear, I had managed to boost up my HP closer to, well, gain from it, excuse me, 3000 HP, plus more resistances on top of it. So it's not just quote-unquote naked HP without anything else. And it also helps me to withstand a lot more blows than I used to, even from those heavy hitting guys. So all in all, good stuff. Yeah, so I am moving straight to kill this Aetherial Council. It's not going to be a difficult fight, judging by the things, how the things went previously when I had played that night and killed them. To be honest, I haven't seen, how should I put it, I haven't feel that much of a difference between them, and yes, I'm talking about them because you'll be facing against 3 bosses simultaneously. Haven't feel that much of a difference between them and the Valbury Council. If you remember, in Port Valbury you are also fighting against 3 bosses simultaneously at the end, so same deal happens here. Revered with the Black Legion. Cool stuff. Let's check those boxes also. Let's spread our diseases. And with that, they will not stand any chance against us. Yeah, so probably the next threshold of me buying new items will be, well, from friendly factions, that is. We'll be at level 84, if I'm not mistaken. And at level 84, I will be mostly concerned about jewelry. Having new rings, amulets, medals. Alright. Things are looking good. Well, also the fact that I can heal from those enemies kind of makes things a bit more pleasant, a bit more manageable. Alright, let's debuff all of you at the same time. Apply second totem. Yeah, despite the fact that I do not have a good physical damage, those skellies... Well, I will definitely congratulate you with obtaining your MI armor. I just wanna ask how high of a percentage did this drop rate has for your armor? Is it higher than 1% or closer to 3%? Because it took me, like, when it comes to Creek armor, it took me, like, full Creek set, took me to farm 5.5 hours of non-stop farming those 3 locations as that I was mentioning previously. How long had you farming for your MI armor? Yeah, some of the monsters actually behaves kinda strange. I mean, it just feels like they are somehow bugged in the environment, quote-unquote bugged, or stuck in it. I do not know with what it's connected. %2.5%, oh boy. And also the MI armor, did your armor have a fixed drop rate spot, or it can drop randomly, or it had world drop on it? Alright, yeah, sure, I'll come forward. And I will destroy all of you at the same time. Like, I still do not feel what's the big difference between them. Oh, so at least you do not had the world drop effect on it. But nonetheless, I still am congratulating you on obtaining the semi-armor that you are looking for, that you were looking for. Oh. Legendary one-handed scepter. A lot of vitality and vitality decay damage. Yeah, sadly I'm not receiving one skills to Necromancer and Inquisitor, but still. Let's pick this up. It's also a good looking item. Haven't picked this one up yet. And yeah, basically new illusion added means by default that even though I had played throughout 3 previous difficulties with the Death Knight and were doing a lot of those farms, you haven't picked up those items yet.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, let's clear those stashes from its containment. Well, when I was trying to ask also about the drop rate, so on and so forth, I am aware that there are people out there Nice, this is actually good stuff. So yeah, I was about to say, like, there are people out there who consider like farming 2 weeks for 4 weeks, like couple of weeks, 3 weeks, and for some items is actually not that much of a time span. But I assume that's when you're asking of someone who either is used to those things or have a lot of patience or free time or both. Because I initially, when I had played certain types of, well, like Diablo 2 and so on, there were people who like did for months some bail runs just to get from him best items. For months. Can you imagine doing the same thing over and over for months just to be able to go and complete the hell difficulty? Alright. Oh, I actually should have went back and report that I had completed this quest. Well, I'll do this a bit later. Once I will reach... where should be my trash? Where should I be aiming at? Yeah. Yeah, perhaps you're right. Getting something perfectly, it's a very low chance of getting your desired item, like you just said, double rare prefix and suffix. I mean, legally, I know about some programs that will allow you to quote-unquote create this item and then equip and wear it, but legally I do mean by doing a bunch of farm runs without applying any of the other programs, so it still requires a lot of effort from a player. Oh, well, Exteria, I do remember her. I had killed her a lot when it comes to elite difficulty, because she is able to drop 2 pieces of Creek set. Yeah, I mean, not just Grim Dawn, but any of other action RPGs that you are going to play. I mean, what's the point? The one... Yeah, it's fun fact to once, but actually, to me, it's more like a challenge that motivates me to keep playing and keep upgrading my character. What's the point of removing this challenge if I can just create those items, put on my character, and be good to go? What's the point of me playing them and trying to obtain them?
That skill's not ready.
Alright, leveled up, and +1 devotion point. Cool. Yeah, perhaps you are right, but I do not understand the approach that the other peoples are using. Just creating those items and playing with them. At this point, you might want to ask, why try to level up your character when you just can use sort of a cheat code to get maximum level, maximum attribute points, and play with this thing in mind. I cannot go through here from the second floor. I do need to go back on the first floor. Fine. Oh, that's the first time that I was able to hear the new line, well, at least for me, from Aetherials. I will find another when you are killing their vessels, their human vessels. Because previously I was just hearing over and over again the same line. This vessel is mine, or something. Well, I forgot what other line has to say. Oh, you cannot kill me, yeah. Variety. Alright. Let's destroy the second protective flashbound vent. Interesting. Well, I haven't tried myself using multiplayer mode or co-op play in this game yet, but aren't they supposed to, like, developers supposed to ban, or Steam supposed to ban them automatically by using those cheat codes? Oh, that's a good choke point for all of them. Well, at least for some. I haven't been able to clear all of them. Alright, slowly but surely, one house after the other, I will retake the city. Yes, single-handedly. Wow. Yeah, that, in my opinion, that kinda ruins the whole experience once again. The whole experience of playing throughout the action RPG game and so on and so forth. But, like, I shouldn't judge the others. They do what they want to do. It will all be on their behalf.
That skill's not very
To be honest, one other character that I was trying to, well, consider to play is the... I believe he's called Templar, combination between Old Keeper and Mystic. And well, other people advise also for a beginner to play with him, just because he also have a target farmable equipment. But when I learned from where you need to find one of his items, I immediately got rid of this idea. It turns out that one of his items, one of his gear pieces, can be found in can be obtained only in Port Valbury. When you beat the final boss in it and it only have a 3% drop rate from his chest. Well, from the chest right behind the final bosses. And if you know me, you know how I quote-unquote love this place. And the idea of me going there and specifically farm for this equipment is like, no thank you. I'd rather pass. Yeah, despite this character, well, despite Templar having also great movement speed and clear speed, the thought of me going to Port Valbury and doing those runs... Yeah, so... But this is, in my opinion, this is also... kinda motivates you to keep playing. I mean... If not this, then what else? Some endgame content, or perhaps the option to create another character, play with him. I mean, every player have their own goal that they want to achieve, so perhaps this is one of your goal, just to at least see for yourself those items. Yeah, to be honest, when it comes to, at least in my opinion, to create this a good multiplayer aspect, they should have added like some of the monsters or bosses or even areas that are only accessible in multiplayer from 2 to 4 people. Can you imagine like something like a big dungeon or with certain bosses in it, like a raid from MMOs? Like let's rephrase it this way: when you can only enter there if you have a certain group, and it will have variety of tactics. Warder Retaliation, I haven't tried it yet. I just wanted to play with someone who is a bit more focused on casting rather than staying in melee range, because as you might remember, I played with Death Knight, so I want to distance myself a bit further initially from any of the heavy plate melee users who are standing in close range. So this is why I haven't decided to go with the... I haven't went with the Warder Retaliation. But I was hearing that this guy also, when it comes to tankiness as well as his damage output, is insane actually. Closer to ultimate difficulty, but still.
That skill's not ready.
Alright. Yeah, the whole Crown Hill is almost clear. I initially was thinking, when I haven't checked what character to level up with, I was testing the Shaman with the Primal Strike, and to be honest, it's perhaps more not the mine type of ability, not the my sort of stuff, because I was trying to level with the Primal Strike, and there was a point where I just kept missing a lot on a certain enemies, and I didn't like this aspect. And the other aspect would be that when you're missing with Primal Strike, it still drains your mana. I mean, what's the point? If, in my opinion, if you miss the skill, if you miss your auto attack or skill, you shouldn't lose your mana. But with Primal Strike, the way that you're losing constantly your mana with the fact that you continue to miss your targets kind of annoys me more than anything else. So with those two negative factors, I had just decided to not even look into the builds which are utilizing the Primal Strike as their leveling ability. I believe Warder is the one example that has the opportunity to go with the Primal Strike.
Can't do that.
I had collected lore note, yep, I did. Oh, I should also have accepted the quest from Coven's Refuge in this area, which will allow me to enter this blocked zone and kill my Aetherial, which was possessing main character from the initial stages of the game. Oh yes, the sound in those areas. Always pleasant to hear. When it comes to the fight against Flesh... I am calling him Flesh Weaver, no. The Flesh Master? Yeah, Ted and Marcel. The only ointment that I'm going to use against him is the one that grants me extra Aetherial resistance. I think I'll not going to use another ones. Because I should be fine against him with this current situation. Alright, continue to clear all of them.
Can't do that.
Oh, it's a stash. I was trying to kill a stash. Sure. Alright, let's destroy those swarms. I should also check the left corridors just because this area has a higher chance of spawning an elite here or there. Or perhaps it's mostly the case when it comes to elite difficulty and ultimate, not on normal. Alright. Yeah, let's check the other corridors as well.
Can't do that.
I am wondering, like, when it comes to new characters, there are certain characters like which on paper sounds interesting, but how they are on practice. Like, I wanted to build someone, well, for the future playthroughs, perhaps someone with a rifle with a pierce damage. And from what I have seen, the best option would be to go with someone like a Blade Master, because the Nightblade has the resistance reduction on his aura towards piercing damage, as well as Soldier having good stuff when it comes to defense, offense, I mean, at the same time. Yeah, perhaps it's not the best option and it still needs tweaking, but it just... I have this idea, at least, to go for the character with the two-handed ranged weapon that shoots, not the melee one, that ranged weapon. Yeah, like the camera rotation actually helps you more often than not, but the thing that still feels kind of weird when you are doing this camera rotation, the game sometimes freezes a bit. I mean, for a split second you can feel this freeze, especially even if you're playing without stream. So folks are saying that this mostly is connected due to the mostly connected with the game engine, because it's not the modern game engine, so this is why your camera rotation is sometimes can freak out. Alright, so I also have almost full inventory, and I do need to sell some stuff and talk with NPCs to get here. So let's sell in the... Actually, it doesn't really that matter where I will sell it.
Have the counts good.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Alright, so this legendary scepter, I think that I will wear it, to be honest. A lot of vitality and decay damage as well as some chaos resistance on top of it. I do wonder, does this wave of soul proc activates when you attack your monsters with abilities or just with auto attacks? I do need to test this on the training dummy in this town. Yeah, this thing is bad. Ether resistance. This ring can be useful instead of my Death's Life Seal ring. Yeah, to be honest, I have checked a lot of those items and practically none of them have this Void Harbinger written. Such a good suffix and prefix, I mean resistances and a bunch of damage at the same time. Yeah, sure, I can also wear those boots. Yeah, like with the exception of those boots and that ring, anything else seems like just gold. Alright, so Outcast Death Touch, I do need this thing, and when it comes to ring, Order of the Dead's Vigil.
Iron well spent.
I do the best I can.
Whoops, that's the
If you find any blueprints,
wrong guy.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Keep this set on. As well as this thing. Keep the add on. Alright, so I do not even need the Ethereal, the ointment against ether damage. I just need some augments on my scepter and on my ring.
Survive for now.
Let's read this lore now, just for experience sake.
Got something you need stashed?
Puts everything into stash.
I'll keep an eye out.
Alright, nothing here, and so I do need to visit first the Homestead and the Outcast. Homestead for the ring augment, Outcast for the
Come see what's left of my wares.
augment for scepter.
Iron well spent.
Yep. And let's go to Outcast. and buy and apply this augment. Yep, this one. So right after, I'll go straight to the Coven's Refuge to accept their quest. Where it is? Yep. I believe you need to approach one of those guys. I mean, guys, girls. Or women. So I had accepted this quest, which means the passage to this previously blocked area should be opened. Let's go back and check. Yep. Has opened, let's enter it. Alright, I see an elite. Let's debuff him as much as possible. When it comes to her, I'll first stack up my initial pair of totem before engaging in a fight against her. Like this. And only then attack. She should not be present to me any threat. Nope. Oh yeah, villain cliche. This is not possible. Alright, so then I can finally go to the second floor. Yeah, let's not miss out that much on those chests in this area as well. Despite being hard to differ from the background, it's still a useful thing for you to do. To click on them and collect loot. Alright, on to the second floor. Clicked on the wrong entrance, sorry. So I'll go straight for Warden Creek first. Whoops, Warden, I mean Flesh Weaver Creek. And only after this I'll go for Theoden Marcel. So to reach him, I do need to go to the left. And immediately got blocked by those popping imps as well as worms. Yep, there it is. Yeah, this guy is your old friend. which has a nasty habit of dropping duplicate items when you are trying to farm for Creek set. When I just started to do my farming streams, he initially just were dropping the items that I already had, such as gloves, I believe I already had, and helmet, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, props to him of doing this sort of stuff. Alright, so now let's go for this Aetherial, which I can save from this place. And after it, let's go and finish the Marcel. Alright, an elite. Let's debuff him as well as crowd control him a bit. Oh yeah, Arcane. Good thing that I do not have everything on me when it comes to active 2 gold auras, so they cannot remove anything from me. I will have later on only possession. Alright, I had aggroed an elite and a boss at the same time. Well, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Especially since my skeletons are blocking his movement. For some reason this guy hadn't aggroed along with the others. Whoops. I had pressed on the wrong button. Well, initially I wanted to free him. Oh well. I mean, he's not dying. He just loses his vessel. Yeah, my bad. So, in this area you can all find and kill yet another boss, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, enough with the sound already. So... yes, so only one place remains. Yep, this one. Oh, I was right when I was talking about there's yet another boss. Alright, so only Marcel remains. Am I ready for this fight? I am most certainly am. Alright, let's finish him. Enough of his nonsense. I should finish him, to be honest, more quickly than with the Death Knight. I do not have a slight idea of what he's talking about. Oh, he hits a lot in melee range, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm definitely dealing with him way quicker than with the Death Knight. He's already at 3rd phase. He's flying, he stomps the ground, and he should be dead, to be honest. Yep. Yeah, this fight was way quicker than before. And yes, someone is screaming on the background still. He dropped practically nothing useful. And let's get back to Crete, talk with him.
Tell me, so it is finished then. With the demise of this fiend, a major pedestal in the ethereal hierarchy crumbles.
Could be useful ring.
Forces here will become rudderless. Their collective will be scattered.
Yeah. Okay. I already heard this. Until the next game, until the sequel. So, 4 points? Have I forgot to level up twice? Weird. Yeah, same deal, 1 here. Alright, so we have done practically everything that I had planned for this stream. And with that said, this is going to be it when it comes to today's stream. I would like to thank everyone who was watching it, whether you had watched from the beginning, from the middle, closer to end, it doesn't matter. Once again, thank you. When it comes to checking out precise schedule for my next Grim Dawn stream or Darkest Dungeon stream, you can do this checking the schedule graph on Twitch channel, social media pages, and as well as on YouTube channel in the discussion section. Same thing goes if you have missed other parts of playthrough or beginning of this one. You can check it on Twitch video on demand, on later on YouTube channel when I will upload this video. Also, you consider to follow us on social medias. There we update stuff daily, as well as notify you when the video is live on the YouTube channel for you to watch, on where or when we are decided to stream. And if you truly generous and want to support us, you can click the donate button, which will lead you to a Patreon page that we created. There you can find unique perks for each of your donation sum that you can offer to us. And by doing your donation towards Patreon, you can majorly support us and motivates us to create even better and qualitative content when it comes to edited videos, as well as future Q&A videos, so on and so forth. With that said, once again, thank you all for watching, and I will see you again on the next stream. Take care, guys.